Man, it's all kind of craziness going on with this StreamYard. I don't even know what's happening right now. But uh, here, Big U is Big U is accused of a lot of crimes right now, and there's been multiple arrests made. Multiple people, Big U, Los Angeles music executive that he calls himself, the U.S. Department of Justice said 10 people was taken into custody after the extensive FBI investigation into a alleged right now criminal conspiracy with another handful of suspects already in state custody. The feds are currently searching for Big U, uh, Eugene Henley, who's also known as the community activist. He's known as Big U. They have not found him yet. They're accusing him of leveraging his alleged connections with the soft Los Angeles street gang called the Rolling 60s. The Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, and running a vast mafia-like organization that committed several crimes, including merking people and trafficking and COVID fraud. They saying Brian Mahata and Big U are said to be fugitives of the law right now. I'm quite sure this isn't going out anywhere because, I had just went live. Uh, I think a little bit ago. This was just out the blue. Yeah, so all the problems that's existing right now is on the forefront. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Well, they said for these street gangs in and around Southern California, we are very familiar with them. The assistant director in charge of this investigation says every 18 to 24 months we conduct these operations. We don't forget about them. We constantly keep them on our radar. We have ongoing investigations. We'll probably be back here in another 18 months talking about our next operation. So, with the multiple arrests, One Crack News exclusive. Yeah, if we was on One Crack News, I don't think we're on One Crack News. Now, they're saying in one instance that Big U actually committed the 187 himself, taking a rapper into the deserts of Las Vegas and pulling the trigger and shooting him in the head, leaving him in the desert for a robbery of a dispensary in LA that he wasn't supposed to do. That is one of the crimes he's being alleged of. They haven't gotten to the Nipsey Hussle situation at all. This is about another rapper that was taken out who did a robbery that I guess allegedly he wasn't supposed to do. So Big U is on the run. Well, this is why I tell people watch what you say on social media, and that these other people, they just be setting you up. These Adam 22s, these Vlads, all these people. Dog, if you're a gang member, why would you do that? Now, when people see things and it goes through the narratives that they want to take and move under a whole different umbrella, there's a whole lot of different avenues that you could take. You know, there's a lot of different situations that you can go towards that would help propel you to the top of the charts, right? That's what they're going to say. This is going to help you get to the next level. Most of these people gave up information that they didn't need to give up.
Shot with a red shirt on, left to went there with no shirt on, rag around his neck, went to go order food, came back, shot with a red shirt on, left, and came back again and shot again. Even the first time with the argument. Cowboy. and some questions for you. You seen them arguing. You didn't say, let me get back on deck. It was a throw off. He wasn't there to fight. He couldn't fight. He came with no shirt off to make it seem like it was a no threat. And y'all knew that. That's why y'all didn't prepare that cover the bag, Nipsey. No, sweetheart. We ain't letting y'all go with this. We not letting y'all change the narrative. It's over with.
Look, we told y'all on the Patreon everything y'all needed to know about the Nipsey Hussle murder. All of these people don't understand, and they keep saying, why don't these people have guns? There was a reason they did not have guns. Okay? We broke this down years ago. We actually have the PDF file that explains the entire thing. And I might just give it to y'all for free here and put it in the chat, but do not open this on your phone. It is too big of a PDF file. Do it at home on your PC. It's not spam. It's not going to damage anything that you have. But it's massive. Now, the manhunt for Big U is definitely on, and that's just it. Yes, there's a manhunt. Well, the reason why there's a manhunt is because Big U is also he's being accused of being the one that pulled the trigger. No, he's a suspect right now. They haven't found him, and they haven't found this Mahata guy that they want. They want both of those. So either he's going to turn himself in later, but this Brian Mahata or Mahita and Big U are the ones that they want, and they're said to be fugitives right now until they turn themselves over to the authorities. They have multiple other people arrested already. No, Big U, they raided and he was gone. Remember, Wack said the raid was coming. Wack 100 told you the raid was coming. So if he knew the raid was coming, don't you think Big U would know the raid is coming? Now, again, this has nothing to do with Nipsey yet. Now, what people got to understand here is the element of what they would say is utter surprise. Mm-hmm. I'll show you here, right here on my Patreon, as you can see, the full truth was told. January 7th, 2022. There's the PDF file. You guys can download it. It's for free. If you're at your PC, go to my Casino for Life Patreon. Just go type in, when it says search, type in Nipsey Hussle's name, and it will bring you to it. And you can go there and clip the, if you had on a PC, you can clip it. It's not spam. It's not some thing that's going to corrupt your file. It's just a large file. And it gives you the breakdown of everything that happened. As I sit here and tell y'all from the couch everything that happened in the Nipsey Hussle situation. See, I never put that on YouTube. But everybody knew what was going on, Let's just say we knew. But it's a lot more vast than you think. As the reasons why Nip was taken out. On the day he was supposed to go meet with the police department. So you will find out why. Let me go ahead and answer that part of it right now. I'll give you that nugget. Okay. Let me give you that nugget right now. The reason why everybody keeps saying why they did not have firearms to protect Nipsey Hussle outside. Like, why didn't they? Where's security? Why y'all ain't had guns? Let me tell you why. This is for Black Sam too, in case Black Sam didn't know. He should have known by now. Well, he definitely should know why there was no guns there and why nobody had guns when that situation happened. Here's why no one had guns. The police had just did the most sweeps in that area. And every time a car would leave that they felt was suspicious, they were pulling them over, going through the car looking for guns. So Nip was like, don't come over here with guns. No guns over here. They hot. Nip was telling everybody, like, look, can't bring guns over here. They watching us. They watching cars that leave. So the cops were watching them. That file that I got y'all, the PDF file that I got, it dictates all the police activities leading up to that situation. Because see, when they pull people over, they have to report all this stuff. It's all documented. You just didn't know where to look. You guys didn't know what was going on. This thing is huge. It's a lot bigger than what you thought. And what they wanted was that complex. They wanted that property. that Nipsey owned, he wouldn't sell. This thing is way bigger than what you've ever imagined. The people all involved in this. But that's why they didn't have guns. Every night they were pulling people over and arresting people for guns. Illegal stops that was made leaving the marathon. Of course, Eric was a plan. Eric would sit there once he got out of the nut house to do exactly what that was. Even Black Sam know that. You come over there wearing red to try to make it seem like it was somebody else that did it. He came through there to survey to test the temperature of the security. Once he see I can get that close, and I don't think nobody got no weapon, nobody went for nothing, or nobody tried to pretend like they had something. I think I could do this right now. He wasn't supposed to get him there. He's supposed to get him at another place. Because Nip wasn't even supposed to be there that day. Nip just stopped there to go shopping for his homeboy who was in town. So he's like, man, I'm going to get you some clothes. His other buddy who got shot, he was bringing him there to get some clothes. Nips wasn't even supposed to be there that day. This was supposed to happen at another time. But once they saw, oh, he's there, dude just went and did his thing. The who, the why, who put all that together. Well, you can watch that video on the Patreon and get all the rest. But everybody pretty much know what's up. Right. And I've known years ago, I just didn't go just throwing that on YouTube. I put that on my Patreon so all my Patreons could see it. So it's been on Patreon for 3 years now. So I've been knowing for 3 years plus what's been going on. Talking to people out there in the streets. Most people in the streets don't really talk unless you know some people that's really, really know some people. How do you think I was able to get a file that has all the police stoppages, everything in the file, in that PDF file? That PDF file is for y'all so that all the fans will have it. All of y'all can have it. It's free. Ain't no charge for the PDF file. It's not going to spam. Do not do it on your phone. If you're on your phone, don't do it. It's a lot of space. It's so massive. So just put it on a PC, download it there, and you will have all the information leading to it. It's like an investigation file. Everything is in there. Yes, we all know it was planned, but it's the reasons why. That's the kicker. That's the head scratcher. That's what was having people baffled. Oh, Lee Moore, you downloaded the PDF file, huh? He said 107 pages. It's 107 pages. Do you understand that all these people in hip hop, all these people in entertainment, they don't have this file, but I got it. All you got to do is look at the file. And when you see what's on there, and you'll see that this is real police officers, real case numbers, files, everything. Now, the people that they've taken into custody, right? We're going to see how far this thing goes. We're going to see how deep the rabbit hole actually goes. It's actually 90 pages. I'm looking at it right now. I was like 107. It's actually 90 pages. I'll show you some of the pages. This is some of the files right now. This shows you the laser point zones. This is the violent crime map. Slauson in Vermont, Slauson in Western, Slauson in Crenshaw. They point out all the violent points. Laser 1, laser 2. They tell you all the violent points, right? In these projects. This is the file I'm giving y'all for free. "90 pages that dictates why all of this is happening." See? Locations marked anchor points became data-driven targets for displacement. According to the LAPD training documents, officers were directed to prepare strategies to address the issues, including through the citywide nuisance abatement program, which is described in more detail later in this section, as well as crime prevention through environmental design and changes to licensing conditions using permits, all potential levers of gentrification. Former Deputy Chief Dennis Cato confirmed that once the location was designated for an anchor point, LAPD could then employ all the other city tools in the city's attorney office to really abate the location and to gain compliance by those property owners to really fix that problem. These data-driven hotspots also became targets for extreme police brutality, detained in Part 6 of the report, by speculative criminalizing the area and then sending officers on mission to suppress crime. In these areas, with vague profiles of who to look for, these programs ensured lethal racial police violence. LAPD took the lives of 21 people in 2016. The year Operation Laser expanded. Of these, we have identified 6 linked to laser zones in a short 6-month period in 2016. All the men and boys whose lives were taken were Black and Latino. 4 were shot in the back. 4 were teenagers, and 2 were under the age of 18. Here are the names. This is some of the things that are on the file. And all of this is going to lead to all of this is going to show you what happened in the Nipsey situation and how big and vast this situation really is. So when people say, your Patreon wasn't worth it, those are the people that don't have it. So that's just some of the things that's on the file. Well, with Nip, everybody don't understand everything or move at the same period in time. Big U, this investigation that's involving him, it's a whole different environment. He's probably getting a lawyer to turn himself in to authorities. So him being a fugitive right now doesn't mean he's on the run. Just means that when they did the raid, he wasn't there. It was another guy that they were looking for who wasn't found also. And that was the case. No, I don't see it that way. I don't think they see it that way. I think that the people involved are in a situation where there's not going to be a lot of place or wiggle room for them to run and hide. Like, I wasn't even supposed to go live right now. I had a video I was doing. Like, I had just made a post. So, well, they trying to say Big U helped launch Nipsey's career and was dubbed rap's godfather. Now he's being accused of kidnapping, robbery, extortion, fraud, merking people. So that those narratives keep getting more and more crazy as the day goes by. Oh, 100%. Whenever black people get into real estate or get into something that they don't want us to, there's always something that holds them back or detracts the world from them. They'll say, "Oh well, that's not the way it should go. You can't do that." Back in '86, when they had the high-ranking HUD officials and got into place what they were doing with Daryl Gates and Mayor Bradley proposed that memorandum of demolition of the SROs. All of these things was going down. They were doing this in 1987, talking about squatters. The same thing we talking about now in 2025. They were talking about in 1987 in Los Angeles. We gotta sweep up all the squatters and give them credit for making this Skid Row place safer. If you in LA, you know what I'm talking about. They've been talking about squatters for years. It was not a new thing. But now they use it as a campaign push and a slogan so they can run people out of town and out of office so they can just seize control. They don't want none of these situations going public because it's not going to look good in the end on the people involved. All those said people, come on, man, please. Now you're making yourself look ridiculous because everybody knows that this is a major problem that's going on in the whole outskirts of everything in development. You're seeing a process take place here. And in this process, of course, he hasn't been arrested yet because they can't find him. And it's not for Nipsey Hussle. Okay? It's another rapper that they're alleging he did it himself. That he drove out into the desert and pulled the trigger himself. That's what they're alleging. There's going to be a lot of people talking about this if they're not already. Oh, go to my Patreon. Go to the Casino for Life Patreon. Just type in and go to the search, type in Nipsey Hussle, and it should pop up. That's what the title is. And then you'll get the file. Oh, it's very real, sir. But like I said, do it on your PC. It's 90 pages. So you probably don't want to put all that on your phone. Just go ahead and put that on your PC. It's not going to spam it or anything like that. I wouldn't send you spam. Hell, it's on my PC. So when you learn that this thing is bigger than Nipsey Hussle and you see the whole plan and what they're laying out, then you'll start to understand the situation. Look at that plan. That was their building plans over there. They got it all mapped out on what they want to do with that property and real estate. And if somebody don't want to sell, hell, we done seen it in about 50,000 movies. He won't sell us the property. We need that piece of property. Right? And what do? They come and take the property, right? Nobody else was in position to maintain that property. Dudes are already been arrested. There's he's viewed as a fugitive right now until he turns himself in. So I'm quite sure if Wack 100 knew the raid was coming, well, they said he's defrauded a lot of people. Big U, like people like Draymond and Shaq, uh, persuading them to donate to his charities and transferring the money to his own bank account. And he was fraudulently funding gang reductions and all this and youth development programs that's overseen by the LA mayor's office. Oh man, it's crazy. It's real crazy right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, still a fugitive of law. Yes, he's on the run right now.
I've been crying all day, y'all. Like, I just came from Miami doing an interview with Tasha K. And when she dropped that interview, you guys are going to understand so fucking much. For years, I have carried shit with me that people's done to me, made me lose. And I haven't said shit. You understand me? Nothing. I haven't said nothing. I carried that shit. And these niggas, black men, are so, you guys are so fucked up towards women in this industry, bro. Like, this shit has made me angry over the years, and I didn't understand it because I've been dealing with fucking trauma. This nigga Big U. I told Tasha K everything this man did to me, jumped on me while I was pregnant, beat me, locked me in a fucking spot, made me almost lose my baby, and I had a fucking salary job at K-Day. The nigga made me lose every fucking thing, everything, and I carried it. It smutted my name, and all I wanted to do was fucking work. I've been dealing with this shit and holding this shit in for fucking years, bro. Y'all have no clue. Years I get into it with people, years I be so fucking angry because of what this nigga did. I can't trust nobody. And then I help somebody and they cross me. Then a person smut me out and lie on my name. It is so many people that I have fucking helped. So many people I put money in their pocket. I feel like I can't take this shit no fucking more. I almost lost my fucking life because of this nigga Big U. Because of what he did to me. And Tasha K was the only person who said she would tell my story. Y'all have no idea what I've been through. No, like, a person will love to. I have been crying all day.
So, like I'm saying, it's crazy out here, man. That was that's SKG, the rapper. And said she's been abused for years by Big U. Everybody's gonna play that clip that Loose Cannon played.
Stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, 6-0. I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked me up because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like I could have probably stopped it or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, call Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yeah. And
you
like just talking on regular. So it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
and
just
30 minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So
all
you
on
think
the
he hit
TV
you
show.
a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early because the homie Shitty double back 3 times. You get what I'm saying? And first he shot him, boom, go into the alley, came back and shot him, boom. It wasn't good enough, and then he came back and he shot him again. But now it's like
how did he know?
Yeah, no, but
yeah, that's crazy.
It's deep. So it's like I don't know who to trust.
Now let me ask you a question. I heard this. I don't know how true it is.
So right now, this man right here is saying that they got Big U. It's probably on my phone. My phone ain't on me right now. That Big U is now in custody. But I haven't seen or heard that yet. But the whole operation was called Operation Lockdown. You see that? Mm-hmm. Brick Baby is in custody. Loose Cannon is in custody. Ronnie Mack is in custody. Blueface, JJ, all these people are in custody so far. They got everybody in custody except for 2 people. And that's Big U. This is what happens when you start telling and start talking and you're an active gang member and you start talking on shows like No Jumper. I mean, dog, they got the cops working there. They watching No Jumper to see what you say every day. That's how the feds operate. What they do is they'll assign somebody in a division, one of these young dudes, and their job is to listen to everything they saying every day. Every time that person go live, monitor it, record it, download it, and watch it. Listen for any criminal things that can link up to these cases that we got open. Oh, what'd he say? What'd he say? So when I was doing my hood stories, right? Somebody in the chat was talking, and I knew that they were the feds or they were a cop. And they was like, man, that sounds like this case that happened over here at blah, blah, blah. That sounds like this story. Tell us more. And I'm like, no, I told you everything I know about it. Because see, and I was like, I know you don't know what you're talking about because I've changed the location on purpose. I've changed the names in the story on purpose. So you can't you can't go back and do anything. I changed the locations. So he knew they couldn't find out where it was. But they know they've heard that story somewhere before. So you got to be aware of the scenarios. And that's really why I don't do too many hood stories like that no more. Because the hood stories, as classic as they were, and most of them were closed cases. I don't talk about open cases. It's just that they want to use all this knowledge to see if they can tie it to something they got going on right now. Yeah, it's going down, man. So now everybody is just pretty much watching the scenarios play out. And they still trying to find, Big U. I haven't got any notification that he's been incarcerated yet. So right now, this has nothing to do with Nipsey Hussle yet. We don't have anything concrete on that situation, except for all the stuff they got him for with fraud and all the particulars in place. And if the raid was going down and they was making arrests and bringing everybody in, now it's going to be the case of who's going to flip. Who's going to flip in this crew? Somebody in this crew got to flip. Yeah, Brick Baby wilding out on No Jumper, and Adam, meanwhile, nobody's arresting the white boy, right? He just getting them to talk. But I guarantee you, they subpoena him to come to court, subpoena his videos, he gonna testify. Let me see, who's at the bottom?
Nailing, the acting United States Attorney here in Los Angeles. Today, we're here to announce federal criminal charges against Eugene Henley Jr., a career criminal known as Big U, who used his contacts and leadership role in the Crips criminal street gang, the entertainment industry, and a youth charity to further his own criminal enterprise, an enterprise that engaged in murder, extortion, robbery, human trafficking, COVID fraud, and other felonies. Mr. Henley and several other individuals linked to him and his criminal enterprise were charged in a criminal complaint with federal racketeering conspiracy. Mr. Henley is a fugitive, and he is currently wanted by federal law enforcement. Other individuals linked to his criminal enterprise were arrested today, approximately 10 defendants who are charged in various indictments. Again, Mr. Henley is a fugitive. 4 defendants are in state custody and will be transferred into federal custody. And we are still seeking Mr. Henley and another fugitive. The Department of Justice's top priority is eliminating violent crime caused by criminal street gangs and organized crime. These organizations cause a tremendous amount of harm in our communities. And today's arrests are part of our office's efforts, FBI, IRS, LAPD, the team you see up here, to make our community safer and rid our streets of these criminal street gangs, including ones operated by violent felons like Mr. Henley, who are posing as savvy businessmen and community leaders, but in the end are violent criminals. The affidavit filed with the criminal complaint alleges that Mr. Henley operated Big U Enterprises, a mafia-like organization that utilized Mr. Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Crips criminal street gang and other gangs here in Los Angeles to intimidate businesses and individuals in our communities. I want to stress that the allegations here in the complaint are allegations only, and the defendants are presumed innocent until proven otherwise. Let me talk a little bit about Mr. Henley and the street gang here. As I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the early 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet talk shows and podcasts, all things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation. He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA-based charity, developing options, which purports to help at youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high crime areas. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement. Henley's criminal enterprise also engaged in other crimes, including transporting prostitutes across state lines, extorting strip clubs, marijuana dispensaries, and other businesses, and fraudulently applying for COVID loans in the form of a business relief loan. On that application, Mr. Henley falsely stated that his music label, Unique Music, operated at a $200,000 profit in 2019 and was entitled to government assistance, despite the reality that the company had operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. Finally, Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity, Developing Options, which, as I said, purports to give South LA at-risk youth alternatives to gang violence, drugs, and other criminal activity. Henley used this charity as a front. He used it to conceal his fraudulent activities, his criminal enterprises activities, and evade detection from law enforcement. If convicted on the racketeering conspiracy, he and his co-conspirators face approximately a 20-year federal prison sentence. I want to thank our federal law enforcement partners, our state law enforcement partners who brought about the result here today. The Los Angeles Metropolitan Gang Task Force from the FBI. It's comprised of FBI agents, LAPD officers, IRS criminal investigation, the U.S. Department of Justice Inspector General's Office, Los Angeles Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police Department. This case is a great example of state and federal law enforcement working together to address harm from a criminal enterprise. I also want to thank our prosecutors, Assistant U.S. Attorneys Kevin Butler and Jenna McCabe, for their diligence and dogged determination in this case. With that, I'll turn it over to our next speaker, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Joe. Absolutely. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Los Angeles' Criminal Division. These operations are truly a team effort, and I would like to recognize those partnerships. If not for their commitment, dedication, and follow-through, we would not be here today. First, I'd like to thank LAPD, IRS Criminal Investigations, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for working collaboratively for the past 4 years, in this case with FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on violent gangs. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Marshal Service for their assistance today, and many departments in California, Arizona, Nevada, and the North Las Vegas Police Department. Now, this morning, hundreds of agents and officers, including multiple SWAT teams, executed multiple arrest warrants for many of the 19 defendants charged in this case. Search warrants were executed at 6 locations. Those searches continue to be underway. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of whom we believe we will have in custody shortly, 2 defendants are considered fugitives. They are Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, and Brian Mejia. We will provide their photographs to the media following this announcement. Anyone with information as to their whereabouts should not take action on their own, but contact the FBI. You can reach us by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. During this investigation, we recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds of methamphetamines, 10,000 fentanyl pills, and large amounts of cash. The Rolling 16 Crips have been around for decades, and by some estimates, are among the largest gangs in the country, with factions in multiple states. Mr. Henley has been a known member of the Rolling 60s Crips since the 1980s, where he established his reputation and earned standing with fellow gang members. He has been able to use that standing to intimidate businesses and individuals and to commit various forms of violence, including the alleged murder outlined by the U.S. Attorney. He's also been able to influence others to give him money, only to defraud his victims, including defrauding the U.S., the government, the city of Los Angeles, and you, the taxpayer. Before I close, I'd like to ask that anyone who has information about the alleged criminal activity or feel that they have been victimized by any of the defendants, call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We've targeted this gang in the past and will continue to target gangs who seed violence and fear in our communities. The FBI will never waver on our commitment to combat violent gangs and those individuals affiliated who prey on others. Today's arrests make neighborhoods across our city safer. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to IRS SAC Tyler Hatcher.
Good morning. Again, I'm Tyler Hatcher. I'm the special agent in charge of IRS criminal investigation here in Los Angeles. Today's arrests are the result of outstanding investigative work by law enforcement partners from LAPD, U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and my office, who've worked tirelessly to find the evidence necessary to charge those who are alleged to bring harm to our communities, as you've heard previously. The RICO charges against Mr. Henley and his associates reflect a pattern of crimes that runs a gambit from extortion to robbery to murder to tax fraud and to human trafficking, all under the umbrella of a well-organized criminal organization led by Mr. Henley. Additionally, Mr. Henley duped the county of Los Angeles by running a nonprofit named Developing Options, which was set up to pull youth out of the gang life and promote anti-gang solutions. Yet Mr. Henley continued to personally orchestrate violent gang activity that impact our communities. Donors trust that their donations will be used in a manner that's consistent with what the charity was set up to do and applied as intended. In this case, it was for the benefit of at-risk youth. Financial transactions leave a trail, and IRS criminal investigation special agents are the best at following that trail. The trails led to allegedly lead to Mr. Henley's personal bank account, and the money trail doesn't lie. Organized crime victimizes our Los Angeles communities far too frequently, but the arrests made today demonstrate our commitment to making Los Angeles safer for everyone impacted by these criminal enterprises. IRSCI is proud to partner with our federal and state and local law enforcement partners to make our communities safer and to protect from these violent acts. And on that, I'll turn it over to Chief.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. I'll keep my comments brief. From day one, the Los Angeles Police Department's been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with the FBI and our partners here today in this
Hit the like button, y'all.
The invaluable expertise provided by Operation South Bureau FBI Task Force on the Rolling 60s criminal street gang has played a pivotal role in securing these 19 federal indictments laid out this morning. It's a major step forward in our ongoing fight against gang violence and brings hope and relief to a community that for too long has endured far too much. Together, we will continue to protect and serve, working tirelessly to ensure safety in all of our neighborhoods. I'll return the U.S. Attorney, Joe McNally, for any questions follow-up.
take any questions.
So Henley is still on the loose?
He is.
Do you expect to snag him today, or is this something where he's gone?
Yeah, I think all I can say is that look, he is the leader here, and we're looking for him and trying to find him. He's a fugitive at this point, and we're using resources to try to track him down.
How many other arrests made?
The arrests were made this morning, early this morning.
And that's of the more than this whole group here that's in custody? Or?
So there are a number of arrests, I think roughly 10 this morning, and then there are other individuals who were in state custody that are being transferred into federal custody. But approximately 10 arrests were made this morning.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but what kind of penalties or time for these?
So a federal racketeering conspiracy complaint that's charged here, 1962D, covers up to 20 years in federal prison. The next stage here would be that Mr. Henley and others would be indicted by a grand jury, and the penalties at that point could range and include higher penalties. So at this point, he's charged in a criminal complaint.
Is he charged with murder too as well?
He's charged in a RICO conspiracy. And part of that RICO conspiracy, one of the predicate acts is the murder that is described in the complaint. He has not yet charged in an indictment with a substance.
You mentioned the taxpayers were defrauded. Can you tell us how much taxpayer dollars he obtained from what city leader or official? And what does this mean for groups that are working on anti-gang efforts and trying to get donations from celebrities or something?
Sure. So I think just to kind of go back, Mr. Henley and the allegations are here, operated a criminal enterprise. He used his status in LA as a gang member, somebody who was known as an enforcer, in order to execute the crimes that are described in the criminal complaint. As part of that, and to get to your question, he also had this charity and held himself out there to be somebody who was committed to reducing gang violence.
Make sure y'all sub if y'all new
in the city. As part
Hit
of
that
it, he received
notification
grants
bell.
from government agencies to do that work. And as we describe in the criminal complaint, he used that goodwill to benefit himself. He diverted money from that charity and lined his own pockets with it. And that money was ultimately traced, and that we can show that he used it for personal purposes. So there was an embezzlement angle to this, to the criminal enterprise, where hundreds of thousands of dollars were siphoned off that should have gone to charitable purposes, gang reduction, gang intervention. Instead, he used it for his own purposes, his own criminal enterprise. In addition to that, there was tax loss. And like many of our cases, we ultimately do a financial investigation, and we see that embezzlement and that siphoning happens often. There's a parallel tax conduct that is also described in the complaint. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that the charity ultimately siphoned off for his purposes. It was a charity that he controlled, and again, held himself out there to be somebody in our community who was, as Chief McDonald said, these communities are oftentimes our poorest communities that need intervention the most. They need law enforcement the most. He held himself out as somebody who was part of that team trying to improve South Los Angeles. And the facts in the indictment and the wiretap calls that we intercepted as part of the investigation that are described in the complaint, not the indictment, the complaint, describe that contradiction. That on the one hand, he's Mr. Charity, and on the other hand, he's engaging in all this criminal conduct. That's set out in the criminal complaint.
And so it's outlined in the criminal complaint specifically what government agency gave him money.
It's outlined. It's outlined that he got grant money. I believe that money flowed through the city of Los Angeles, but I don't have the specifics in front of me. What I can tell you is that typically, grants flow through the state and then eventually, are typically issued through the city.
And to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Did you say the name of the charity? Are you allowed to say that? Maybe
Yeah, the charity I referenced earlier is developing options.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Last question.
I apologize. Just your efforts to find Mr. Henley. Have you had, I mean, do you have any idea about his potential whereabouts or any more that you can tell us on?
No, other than he's a fugitive and he's being sought by law enforcement, and we're obviously looking for him as we would any fugitive who's engaged in the type of conduct that's alleged here.
Believe to be in Southern California. No idea.
We believe that he may be in Southern California, and for that reason, we're providing his picture and encourage anybody to contact the FBI who knows his whereabouts.
All right, thank you very much. The press release is out. There's a copy of the complaint and affidavit that's attached to the email that it was sent out. If you need it, you know where to reach me.
Did you have copies of it? We do.
If you want to take of these photos, you can go up and take photos. Yeah.
There's no digital copies.
I will take something with my phone.
Oh, I got it.
We can make those available.
Okay.
We'll probably put it on Twitter, but if anybody needs the photos, contact your office. Wait, no more.
Yeah.
So as you can see right there, well, man's innocent until proven guilty, but Loose Cannon, Big U, and Brick Baby are gone down. The operation was called Drawdown. And there's the drawdown list. Let me move all this out your way. Well, the ticker could be there. But as you can see, let's see if we can get that. Everybody, they're breaking down the whole conspiracy theory. There it is. Boom. There it is. So they got everybody on this list in custody, except for 2 people in the whole operation. That's that Bryant Mahia, and Big U. Now, if Wack 100 knew that the feds was coming, and he told the whole world that the Big U was going to get raided, obviously Big U knew he was going to be raided. That's why he wasn't around. Now, this is going to lead to a whole other situation because he's innocent until proven guilty, right? But in these cases, you know what it leads to? Somebody gonna be talking. Ronnie Mack, Mont Green, Freddie Blankton, Blueface, JJ, Joshua, Loose Cannon, Tremaine Williams, Zahir Mitchell, Brick Baby, Big U on the Run, Mark Martin Anthony Bearclaw, Vay Sylvester Robinson, Armani, what's her name? Alja Fiji, she's in custody. Ryan Mejia is on the loose. Grimsky, Derek Andre Poland, Zachary Garcia, concussed. Davion Hughes. What's his name? Fuck Kyung Hugh. The Korean guy, he gone. You got Christian Forbes, aka Bus. And Tiffany Hines is locked up in custody. Operation Drawdown. Now, that's a whole blow to the Rolling 60s. The Rolling 60s organization just took the biggest hit in their whole history of existence. This cripples them. So if you're rivaling them, you're going to try to take over territory. You're going to try to move on the whole town because ain't nobody there. The leadership is crumbled. So this don't rid the gangs. This mean the rival gang now is going to take over. It's just going to be a whole new gang taking over areas and blocks and locations. The foot soldiers are going to be like, ain't nobody here to police us. We could just wild out. And you're going to see more pushback from other gangs against the 60s. That's just one set. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm talking about that set, not just the entire gang as an organization. I'm talking about that set. This always happens. It leads to a turf war. And it's not like the gang fights back in the 80s. It's different. The turf meaning your area where you making money at. I don't need him to help me get more followers. You got to stop trying to sabotage the followers we got from getting the videos that they want to see. You tell that punk to come sit down. We spoke about that, Love. Mr. Love. We spoke about that. And that he dumped them on the highway in Las Vegas desert. The fact, because of a weed dispensary that person allegedly robbed and didn't have permission to do. Well, if he's smart, he's going to get a lawyer and then turn himself in. unless he feels he's completely guilty and he's just going to stay on the run. That's not going to last long. I mean, why would you want to trust Adam 22? You think he don't know? You think he wasn't working with him? If Wack 100 knew, best believe Adam 22 knew. Wack said it on the show, he's getting arrested. So now the manhunt is on. So now the only people gonna be on the show is Wack 100 and Adam 22. Well, we got to see what's really going to take place after that. Oh, without a doubt. That's what the angle they're going to take. But this is what I'm saying. I've watched gangs go down with Ricos. This is what I tell my young cousins that roll with these dudes. My cousins roll with these people. Like, I'd be like, dude, you gonna go down in a Rico. Once they said you could put Rico charges on street gangs, it was over. Now they putting Diddy in a Rico case, and he the only person on the damn case. None of that made any sense. So now everybody is looking at things with a different lens. They're looking at it through different eyes. They're saying, oh my God, this is a mess. What did we just do? We just gave all this power to this guy in this inner circle. Why did you think I never messed with Big U? I never really brought his name up. I never really used him. I never, even when he was going at it with Wack, they going back and forth. I never looked at that dude like that because I knew it wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? He was at the boxing match, like, yeah, trying to, buddy up with everybody at the boxing match. I don't want nothing to do with him. Wack 100, don't want nothing to do with Wack. Wack had gave me his number on some other stuff. Like, yeah, he thought I was an artist. That shows you how stupid he is. He thought I was a damn rap artist. Yeah, man, if you need management, don't give me his damn number. Then ask you, how did you get this number? You gave me the goddamn number. So we start talking. I'm like, dog, we start talking. That's how we did the interview. And then everything went left. Because he was upset I knew about something he didn't think I knew. That's the part that people didn't understand. They didn't get that element of it. Talking to Wack is like talking to the feds. So when me and him spoke, it was in a very disrespectful manner.
Y'all gonna go to jail. Nah, fuck that. We need them niggas to know it was us. Think about it. Act don't got no crews. He only get what people send to him. So now you gotta ask yourself, who's sending this nigga this shit? That's right there. It can only come from them. I don't mind putting on him. Fuck it, let's do that. But this is what I don't like. Don't nobody ever blame the participants. Want to blame the street. What is you niggas sending this nigga this shit for, man?
But you know why they sending it to him? But you know why they sending it to him? See, this is.
Justify that, bro.
I know, but this is Act's part and what went down. See, Act would make a video based on what he would see on the news. Right. But I'm gonna explain to you. I know what you're saying, but listen, Wack, this is what the problem is. He goes ahead and watches a video, right? And he'll see one of these dudes will make a little rap video or whatever, or he'll see an article. He would make up a name for that person and will create a name for them and make a whole story and a narrative that don't even exist for that person. And then that person would be like, man, this dude, because he didn't used to show his face. So no one knew what academics looked like, really. They thought he was from Chicago. A lot of people thought he was out there because he was telling people what street people was on, what they was doing. And then that person would believe it and get hyped. That person Act don't even know that person that he just gave a name to, they don't even know how to move around like that. They ain't got no tents on the windows. They don't roll like that. So he didn't put all these dudes are watching his videos. People from the city, and they was like, oh, so he the dude calling it over there? Like, I know that dude. He ain't nobody. I'm gonna lay him down. So next thing you know, dude get laid down, and they like, academics, dog, you didn't put a target on this dude back. He didn't did that like 5 times, did recklessly. And then when the dude died, he making fun of them. Why'd he die? Oh, another savage gone. And then he making jokes about it. And these are real people. They're real funerals, real lives. So now these family members are really pissed off because they seeing what's actually happening. This dude is out here basically almost instigating the shit and creating the narratives. Like and Chief Keef, he gave him the name and called him the Grim Reaper. What's his name? Oh, the Grim Reaper's still alive. He's still out there. Like, you putting targets on these dudes back. So you doing more than just reporting it. You actively participating in this shit by creating narratives that ain't there.
It's been this for years. You don't even talk about Chicago, right? Real shit. So the thing about it is, like Dirk, you went and sat down with him all this shit, right? So the thing about it is, okay, when you get on the phone with him, he gonna tell you what he always say. Yeah, I made a few mistakes. I wasn't the reason why killing was happening in Chicago. It was already killings happening in Chicago before I became who I was. So don't say I started killing. I don't do what you say I do. So what are we talking about? And I ain't the one pulling the trigger. I didn't hurt the nigga. I didn't already put him in front of niggas.
I know. I heard you say that to him, but see, he knows that's not the case. That's not what people know.
What I'm saying is, what are you looking for? Nigga ain't. Look, I don't smoke dope no more. I don't sell drugs to pregnant women. Yeah, I used to be a drug dealer, but I ain't the motherfucker. Look, I brought the dope from the same niggas I was buying the dope for. I don't fuck with dope no more. It's been X amount of years. What do you want me to do today? That's what it's going. And then what you gonna do is revert back to what you said.
Okay, here's what you're supposed to do today. Here's what you're supposed to do today. You should atone. One, you should have took the videos down. Two, you should atone. He's still making money off them videos. And that's what's gonna burn him in his ass down the road. And I told his homeboy to tell him, but he facing a class action lawsuit. If these people all get collectively together, because they still plotting. You know, it ain't never no case.
You gotta understand this, bro. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech, but watch what you say.
When you slander or you put out photos, whatever. But if a nigga really got shot on 61st, right? And a nigga say, oh, such and such just got shot on 61st, what y'all gonna do? Right? Yeah, it sounds fucked up, it looks fucked up, right? But what rule has been violated? You know what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, the moral side of it. Man, listen, bro, one thing I hate is being a hypocrite. I wasn't thinking morally when I was hustling that crap. I wasn't thinking morally when niggas was running up in people's spots.
I know, that's why when you was talking about Nip.
I don't do it.
But that's what I'm saying. When you was talking about Nip and everybody else, I'm like, well, everybody gonna turn the spotlight on you and say, well, you was selling crack. Your daddy was a clucker. And they gonna.
Y'all know that why? Because Wack killed y'all. This is what I trip on niggas. I come from, I don't hide from my truth. You know my father, I tell niggas this. My daddy was a dope fiend. I tell niggas this, I don't give a fuck because that's my truth. I trip off these fake ass sensitive street niggas who like, this ain't truth. The other day, okay, listen. Let's say I'm wrong for talking to Hassan.
Yeah, you was wrong for that. You was 100% wrong. You was 100% wrong for talking to that nigga.
I'm gonna tell you why I wasn't. Watch this. I want to see where your head is at. Let's say I'm wrong for talking to Hassan. I'm not wrong. I'm gonna talk to whoever the fuck I want to talk to. Period. I don't give a fuck. As long as they the police, as long as I ain't talking to a nigga on the phone about a crime that was committed, I'm gonna talk about what the fuck I want to talk about as a man. And whatever come with it, come with it. That's just my thing. Right?
All right.
Well, let's say I'm wrong for talking to Hassan, and let's say Hassan wrong for leaking it, right? If the nigga Nipsey wrong for the weirdo act he committed, I want to see where you at. This is where niggas get weird. Is he wrong for this shit he doing on this video footage? Yes or no?
Is who wrong, Hassan?
Is Nipsey wrong? If I'm wrong for talking about you, Hassan, and Hassan is wrong for leaking it, Nipsey wrong, because I wasn't the director or the star of the shit. Is Nipsey wrong, quote unquote street nigga, quote unquote, whatever y'all want to call it, is he wrong? Motherfucking ass.
I don't, but the thing is, I don't care. I mean, he's not here no more.
No, it's a yes or no, though.
It ain't a yes or no. I mean, it's his prerogative. You can make whatever tape you want to make. That's his own privacy. If he made that shit, he made that shit.
So I can have whatever opinion I want to have about what I've seen on the tape. If he ain't wrong, I ain't wrong. Fuck it.
Okay, if you want to have an opinion on it, that's cool. But my thing is, why would you share that with Hassan?
I didn't share it with everybody, including his homies. They know. This ain't nothing new. This shit ain't got nothing to say. They know. They all know. But you niggas, this shit ain't no motherfucking secret. I just been keeping this shit from coming out. Niggas ain't looking at that.
But my thing is that the man ain't here no more. So it don't even make sense.
It definitely makes sense. This is what I don't like about you niggas. Anything pop up on Wack is coming out. Nigga, I ain't giving no nigga no passes, no mercy. Fuck that. It is what it is. Nigga, you make a decision. If you doing some gay ass, queer ass shit, you doing some weird ass shit, I don't give a fuck who.
But that's because you're here, Wack. He's not here. When this tape shit was coming out, he wasn't here no more. Nobody knew about no tape or rumors about it till he was gone. I'm talking about leaking it out and all that. You didn't hear about the shit till he was gone.
Yeah, niggas didn't bring it to me. He was gone. You know, I
Exactly. So nobody knew till he was gone.
I don't do cocaine and weirdo type of motherfucking sessions, and I don't do that type of weird. That's the same thing. You know, the other niggas,
I don't either. That's each other's vices, but that's not the point. The point is, it's like you talking to this.
We're gonna talk about. Hey, look, we talk about Tupac and Biggie, Martin Luther King and Malcolm. Ain't nobody immune, bro.
But you talking that information to Hassan. You know what that motherfucker gonna do.
I talking to Hassan, academics, the Rolling 60s, Big U, nigga, I done Ray J. So what? It ain't no telling nigga who got the footage is showing it to. So what, nigga? Around here to where to a point, nigga, to where my old homeboy, nigga, when I found out he was doing gay shit, nigga, I exposed his ass. I don't give a fuck.
All right.
Nigga, I grew up 5 years old. That's weirdo shit. The community need to know is a fucking weirdo. It ain't gangster, nigga. Here you go.
All right. Well, that's what. All right, you gonna stand on that, but you gotta understand he gonna have friends and families that's gonna feel a certain way. And
Hey, bro. I'm not a rapper, right? I'm really from the street, right? Niggas been trying to kill me all my life. What that's supposed to mean, bro?
I'm just saying, it's like if you give it, if you put it out, you gotta be willing to take it.
Some niggas think.
You can't have a thin skin when they start talking about you, cause you know the word around the street. Right, the word around the campfire is that you was living off of Wacko, big Wacko. Yeah, that you got your name from the real Wack.
Nobody ever look. I am the real Wack. On my side, he Wacko. I'm Wack. He Wacko. Nobody told you no weirdo shit like that.
Yeah, they was like, yeah, all the things that Wacko was doing, you was kind of taking credit for it.
I'll call you right now. He'll flip out on you. He's gonna be like, what? Hey, look, nigga. When I met Wack was already doing what he was doing. I was doing what I was doing. We didn't never share resources, nigga. Wacko do what Wacko do. Wack do what Wack do. Wacko from one neighborhood, I'm from another neighborhood. Wacko own businesses. Wack own businesses. What the fuck are you niggas talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Some of the stuff that Wacko did, a lot of people saying that they was crediting that to Wack. And I was like, oh, okay, that wasn't Wack. They was like, no, that's the other Wack. That ain't Wacko. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't lying. I'm not a liar. That's one thing I ain't. I ain't a lie. I won't lie. I'm trying to tell you, I ain't gonna. One thing I won't do is lie.
Entertainment, Wack 100. Corner Paul Roof, Wack 100. 62 Rad, Wacko. 63 Hard, Wack. We got the same type of motorcycle. We live in the same motherfucking city outside of LA County. So what you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. People probably got it mixed up. That's what I'm saying. It ain't no coincidence that people mixed it up. That's what I'm saying. When somebody said somebody did something back in there, they be like, no, that's the other Wack. Y'all got the Wacks mixed up. So I was told this. So that's what I'm saying. I know it's.
You a weirdo because you can't put on the tape. That's the difference between me and putting on the tape. He's his own man. He's his own entrepreneur.
I ain't saying he wasn't. I'm saying some of the things that he did, they thought they were crediting that to you. I'm not saying that it was people in the industry. I'm saying it's people, period, that was making that assumption. It's not a lie. I don't lie, bro. Why would I have to lie about that? I mean, what does that lie do for me? What does that lie do for me? All right, cool. I'll tell you what. We'll leave it then. We'll leave it. Because we'll leave it. Then if it come back around again, I'll give you a name. Okay? If it come back around the bend again, I'll give you the name. I'll say, hey, hold on, homeboy, give me your name, everything. I get all the info for you.
Fuck the nigga saying. I wouldn't care about that.
Okay.
Name a situation that they say, oh, that he did.
Oh, I wouldn't be doing no shit like that over the phone, bro.
Be quiet then. Don't talk about it.
All right, we'll just be quiet then. We won't talk about that.
Hey, listen. That man is one of our own in his own accord, and I'm one of our own in my own accord. Straight up. We both businessmen. We both power rules. We both fathers. We both family men. We both own real estate. We both own labels. We both own studio. We both got artists. So, you know, I don't understand what the fuck you talking about.
All right, then. All right. You just don't understand it.
One thing about me, bro, don't come at me half-ass, you're going to lose. You got like see how I come put it on the table? I ain't put it on the table, nigga. This is what it is.
All right.
If you can't come like that, don't bring it to me.
All right, then. Don't worry. Next time, I'll bring it to you.
I'm asking you, what I got credit for?
Next time, hey, they just said it. I didn't go into detail because I really wasn't searching for it, but hey, I ain't going into detail. So I'll go get it next time. Don't worry. Don't worry. We won't talk about it no more until we got everything on the table. I'll bring you the whole file.
As a man, here you go. As a man, I'm going to talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. The only people I ain't talking to is the police, and I ain't talking about no motherfucking illegal activity on the phone. I don't give a fuck with you, him, or him. You talk about, I don't live your life, you don't live mine, nigga. You ain't never did a day to put your time for me, nigga.
Oh, hell no, I didn't.
Okay, so I'm going to do mine the way I want to do mine.
And you can. You got every right to do it.
You can tell me how to do mine, bro.
You got every right to do it. I just don't have to agree with the shit, but you could. The right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You got every right to live how you want to live.
I like black cars. This nigga like white women. I like black women. He eats pork. I don't.
Exactly. So it's no problem there whatsoever. Right, because you're right. Like I'm saying, it was business for you. You saw academics, and you know that's a mule. He good for business for you, so that's why you fuck with him.
Let me get you right. Hold on. Correction, nigga. Academics is the friend. Y'all do business, but he ain't no fucking mule. You niggas, half you niggas talking that shit, right? Ain't got the business he got or the money he got. So all that shit, don't y'all get y'all weight up, or you want to call a nigga a mule. A mule is a motherfucker that gets work. He the motherfucker that's working motherfucker. Let's get it right. So nigga, all that slick shit you trying to slip in there and ask a mule and all that shit, that's out, my nigga. That's a friend of mine. If you ain't gonna respect it, just get off the phone, bro. I ain't with that whole shit like that. That's whole shit.
Well, one thing is, I don't. Hey, you could.
Academics, bro.
That's academics. To me, he ain't shit but a mule.
Stop telling me. You see him as that. I know.
Okay, you don't have to know him as that. But that's the way I view him. But I'm saying he good for business with you. I don't have a problem with that. You want to work with that? That's cool. That's your thing. That's y'all. You want to work with that snitch 9 dude that I don't like, you know, but hey, I don't like him either.
Hey, bro, his name is 6'9", bro.
His name is Danny, but
That's his name. You gonna talk to me about that, man? That's how you gonna confirm
I don't honor him. So well, anyway, I just won't even respond to him.
That's cool. You got snitches on your block right now. You ain't get that.
Nah, anybody rat ain't around me. Anybody rat ain't around me.
You a motherfucking lie, nigga. Every nigga, including me, got a snitch on the block. We know we there. We ain't did shit. You a motherfucking lie, nigga. And your block, snitch free. You a motherfucking lie.
I ain't gonna say it ain't snitch free. I say it ain't around me.
It don't matter. You know what they gonna do something.
Hey, they didn't snitch on me. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you wanted to be cool with that snitch guy and him, that's your business. Can't nobody tell you not to do it. But if everybody else have an opinion on it, that's our opinion.
That's cool. Why are you niggas paying attention to what I do anyway?
What you mean? Why am I paying attention? Y'all putting it out there for the world to see.
I'm saying, why y'all?
That's what I'm saying. We don't have an opinion. The same way y'all got an opinion, we got an opinion.
So what the fuck is the silence for? No silence. No silence, bro. Need a silence. I need a silence.
This nigga ordering food.
The fuck, I ordered a silence. Yeah, go back and show them ain't no silence. Thank you. All right, yeah. Yeah, so end of the day, bro, your opinion is your opinion.
Exactly.
Watch this. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If I'm working with a guy, you said he snitch, right?
Yep.
Or he snitched. I'm doing corporate things with this man, right?
Yep.
We do no street things, right?
Yep.
What y'all call Big U who got contracts with the LAPD with a police phone and say he got to turn in gang activity information and been having a contract renewed for 7 years. What y'all call that? Is street niggas supposed to have contracts with the police department? I just want to see if you're going to keep it real.
Oh, keeping it real. I spoke. I don't really know that man, but I got stuff sent to me. I got stuff sent to me, and I put it on my Patreon, so they can check it out over there.
As a street nigga, are we supposed to have contracts with the LAPD?
Absolutely not. Unless he's reformed. Unless he's reformed and he turned his back on the streets thing, and he gone legit.
That ain't what we see, though, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like you said, you not gang affiliated no more. You legit businessman.
I never said that. I just said I'm not a gang banger. It's different.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Okay, I knew you said some of the tour.
I don't wake up hating the crib and want to kill a nigga in blue.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm where I am, where I'm from. That'll never change because it's too much history with that. 33 years of that. But I be tripping on you niggas that be selecting politics and say, oh, he doing business with 6ix9ine, who did this and them people Wack doing some corporate business with him. But then this motherfucker over here, he got direct contracts with the motherfucking LAPD with a police phone, and they say he got to meet with the sheriff department and report police activity. But y'all say it's cool.
Nah, I just don't. I don't touch that because that's part of something. That's part of something bigger. It's part of something bigger. It's part of something bigger in an open case, and I don't talk about stuff like that.
So you scared?
No, it's an open case.
What you mean? What's an open case?
Don't worry about it. We ain't talking about it. We'll talk about that at another time.
We talk about the open case.
It's an open case. That's all I'm saying.
There's no open case. What you talking about?
It is an open case.
What's an open case?
Don't worry about it. I mean, we ain't talking about that right now, but he gonna have some issues to deal with or some other situations to deal with that ain't. Nah, I don't be talking, bro. There's some open case.
Right.
Yeah,
I wasn't talking.
Nah.
I don't do
That's
that.
why I'm saying I'm cool on dude. I don't know. I don't know what he doing. I don't know what he not doing. But when it's open case, closed mouths. That's
now
what needs to happen.
We all knew about this. Now you see, you knew. See how we was talking about Big U? You see how he's talking about Big U? And I said it's an open case. And I was like, dog, it's an open case. What open case? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. But you gonna find out. You gonna see. It's an open case. What's open case? Ain't no open case. All right. Now you see the open case, right? That's why I went back to the interview. He gonna find out. He already knew. He just trying to get me to talk and say stuff on the air. Bro, we got street code and we know everything. What to do in street code. That's why if you on the Patreon, I'll talk to you over there. Not finna go worldwide and start putting stuff in the air. He knew exactly what he was talking about. Now remember, he got heated talking about Wacko. That hit a nerve, right? We're gonna put a pin in that one.
What I do, y'all need to.
No, hey, if you want to, like I told you, if you want to roll around with that mule and that snitch 9 dude, you got.
First of all, I'm gonna say it one more time. Academics is a friend.
He's a friend of yours, not mine. So for you, I understand you don't call him that. I called him that, and you can let him know I called him that.
But I fuck with, bro. If not, we can get off the line. I ain't tripping.
All right, because I'm not gonna ever honor that dude until he come right. Academics got to come right. He got to talk to me. If academics don't talk to me, I can't respect him. He got to talk to me.
Well, who are you though? Who are you that you have to talk to?
He know.
Nah, don't nobody know. I'm asking who the fuck.
I'm the guy he needs to talk to. That's that. You tell him my name and he'll know. Oh shit, yeah, I gotta talk to him, or I should. Or he gonna try to go big head on me. It don't matter.
Nobody gotta talk to you, bro.
Okay.
You niggas think y'all bigger than what the fuck y'all.
No, we not. I'm just saying it's to his benefit. I'm really trying to help the dumb bastard.
His benefit, bro. That nigga Pat. Hey, bro, we gonna get on this, bro. You sound crazy.
No, I don't, because I'm saying he the one facing a class action lawsuit. Not me. I'm trying to give him some heads up.
Then tell them to go for what they know, bro.
All right, I'll tell him that, but that's what I tried to tell them.
Unless your lawsuit gets the little motherfuckers that's doing the killing, what y'all gonna do with them?
Hey, I don't know what they're gonna do with them. That's the police business there. They ain't mine. But they gonna go after the person that they felt help encourage them. Yeah, he ain't just reporting on it. He the one leading it up. He's the one instigating. So he's playing a part because he's creating the atmosphere in which these people are getting their lives taken. Giving them nicknames, fake nicknames that they didn't get themselves, creating fake narratives, talking about they the goon of the block, they do this and that.
We don't give a fuck about that. Anything else you want to talk about? I'm saying that in that music anyway, bro. We don't give a fuck. Y'all want to cover up what's already being said. You want to justify, make an excuse. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that, bro.
No, I'm just saying he got a tone, and him just acting like it's nothing just because he said I don't do that no more. It's like, okay, well, if you don't do that no more, then take the videos down. What you got them up for?
He ain't gonna take nothing down, bro. That's his videos. That's this shit. That's what it is.
Okay, if that's what it is, that's what it is.
Tell them niggas to go take their songs down. They don't want to talk about it. How about that?
Okay.
Uh-oh. Go take the songs out. Them niggas smoking on this nigga and smoking on that nigga. Tell them niggas go take them songs down.
Okay, so the songs did it.
Okay, bro, what you mean? That's what they talking about. The niggas that sit there and talk about we smoking on Eddie and we smoking on Pookie and we smoking on this nigga. Tell them go take them songs down. Because every time a nigga hear the song, they get mad and go kill another nigga.
Yeah, because they making fun of people that lives they lost. And academics is doing the same thing when he making videos joking about people who died.
Hey, listen. Freedom of speech. What's next?
Okay, so it's freedom of speech then with them.
What's next?
So I guess we covered everything right now.
All right, that's it. You good? Next time you call me, want to make some accusations.
Make some accusations.
Make sure you put it on the table, bro. Don't come.
Hey, don't worry. Next time I'ma have every single thing.
Damn fool, like I mentioned this man Wacko name, and then I couldn't even build on it because you sound crazy.
No, I'm just saying it was brought up to me, so I brought it up to you so you could address it.
I think that man a
and you said it never happened, then it never happened. Then maybe
He gonna tell you he is who he is, and I'm the fuck who I am.
I just made it up. Then that's what happened. I just made it up out of thin air.
Don't make shit up. So at least he keep it real, and you the street nigga that's fake, right? West up, Paul Road.
Oh man, that's what's up. Oh my God, this dude is hilarious. All right, there is your exclusive Patreon interview with Wack 100. Now, that was Wack 100 trying to cap, but you see how he kept going back to the Wacko thing, right? Why was he so triggered by that? Why was he so triggered about the Wacko thing that I brought up? It's because he already knew that he had a problem with Wacko. He just didn't know how I know. He wanted to know how did it get out. He wanted to know, how did that get out? How did it get out? How did you know about that? Now, oh, I know. Because they don't. He came out and admitted it on a podcast with the other side. Wack 100 did. And once he made that, he made that argument, they were like, oh man. That's crazy. People didn't even know what was going on. See, Wack thought everybody. He sat down with Dub C.
Because at the end of the day, a lot of us didn't expect to see 18 years old. I was in Soledad at 16, right? So, I'm driven by that fear, and my drive is to hustle. This is why
not just because that's my homeboy, bro. And I know you know how I feel about him. I kick with him. That's my dog, bro. But I appreciate you saying that as a man, bro. That's you have to be a man to turn off all the stuff been going on with y'all.
That don't matter. It's been different.
Right. It's all good.
Right?
It's all good. Yeah.
And that's Big U. Because I love his family. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what me and him going through,
right.
I love his family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, that's a chunk.
Right.
That because I love his family.
Right.
Loving his family. I miss his family. You know what I mean? Like, he would send my wife texts, Happy Mother's Day, and so on and so forth. Now it's kind of like I be wanting to do it, but then I know that's his wife and we ain't seeing eye to eye, so then I know not to do it. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But do
you still love him?
Can't nobody say nothing to do nothing to him or none of that. I'm tripping.
Man, let me tell you something, man.
Now he talking about the love he got for Big U. Right? Why is he saying that now? Because he's sitting there with a bunch of Crips. He's sitting on the blue side. And they wasn't going to let you come in there with your P hat on. So remember, the man was crying about Wacko, right? When I asked him about Wacko, he told me to go get the information. You go bring, you couldn't even build on it because it's a lie. The man told me flat out it was a lie. In the next week, he was on this show.
I'd never see that man as my enemy.
Right.
If anybody could get to me,
right,
it's him. because I'm not, I can't mentally see him as my enemy.
Right.
I don't in sign of blood. You got to understand is that I understand the mentality. I'm not mad at the people that gave me the backlash because I once was you. Right. You got these books. So if a dude is still in the first book, 3rd chapter, is there.
Game, shout out to Game.
Is there.
Blueface.
I got a little youngster out of Watts name.
Right.
I don't think really in his heart, he ain't gonna let nothing happen to me. It's too deep. That's like, I couldn't face his wife or his children.
Yeah.
Right. Knowing I was played a part in anything that had anything, that's just not happening.
Yeah. So listen, my next question is this. I'm seeing your hand in many different operations. Fight promoter.
Yep.
Concert promoter.
Definitely. Not long I've been doing that.
For a while. Yeah. Concert promoter. Manager.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about who do you represent right now as artists and as in other ventures as well?
Right, naturally, Game is there.
Game, shout out to Game.
Blueface is there.
Blueface.
I got a little youngster out of Watts named True Car. I do I have the green light to book shows or whatever business that comes to send stuff to 6ix9ine's camp.
6ix9ine.
Yeah.
Let's stop right there. You caught a lot of backlash.
A gang of it.
A lot of backlash for dealing with 6ix9ine.
Gang of it.
Yep. I just brought it up to his face. If you want to roll with a snitch, you roll with a snitch. Can't roll with rats. It's not the way I move. If they ratted on somebody else, they're going to rat on you. They're going to lie, cheat, and steal. So why have them around? You don't have to be a criminal. I don't want no rat around me because that's in their mentality. It's in their blood. They're going to roll over and start telling on somebody. They're going to roll over and do something shiesty. They'll be stealing out your house. You can't trust them. They only thinking about their well-being. You don't want that energy around you.
Take those business meetings. But will I look at an email that say, Wack, we got $5 million for this particular thing if you can make it happen?
Right.
Will I send that to his attorney to send that to him and then send in my letter of direction for my cut is? Definitely.
I get it. But do you understand where it's blurred?
No, I get no. Where it's blurred is you got to remember they looking at me like Wack. You Wack Paru. You ain't supposed to this, supposed to that. That's a lot of other things I can say because I see real street dudes still dealing with dudes that we know is telling and doing street business. But that's their business, right? Do business with. He greenlit me. Wack, some business come my way. Here go my attorney. You can send it in. I will accept it because there's a lot of business that comes his way. He just won't accept. I didn't see him turn out 20 million. Hey, homie, you ever been to the pen? You ever got rolled up off the yard?
I get that.
I don't mix that.
You know what? I get that, but sometimes the message is blurred because 1 second you kind of say, well, it's business, I don't mix my business. But then sometimes you'll say on the gang and it'd be about your business.
No.
So it's kind of like, seems like.
Here go the thing, CJ.
Yeah. Don't moonwalk, Wack.
No, this is real shit.
Moonwalk,
Here go the thing, right?
The
The streets want to make me 6ix9ine's manager as I am Game and Blueface's manager. And I move with them. Wrong.
Wrong. You want to be 6ix9ine's manager, but he got a manager, and that manager wasn't getting out of the way to let you go in there and manage him.
I happen to be at the table at a business meeting with this man,
right?
And somebody come to approach this man at the table. I'm going to react the way Wack's supposed to react to even know that, or email came with an even they still doing what they doing. This man, he got 8, 9 platinums.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not. If I'd have went down there with them, you right, nigga. On par, I can't sign no crip, nigga. They don't get along with them.
Being at Manscaped.
All little rap shit is that's cool. So he called me a lame, right? I let it go because I like 21. I generally respect and like him. I said, nephew, but see, the reason why a lot of people didn't understand it because they didn't know his truth.
Right.
Your truth is because I'm gonna think you trying to tell me not to say nothing.
Right.
And I'm gonna say something. If it's somebody that I deal with, got genuine love for, I know this person, this individual, we talk on the phone, we pulling up on each other, we know each other's families, man, I see some attacking going on, I'm gonna say something.
I got another state.
Let's go.
Let's move over to Philly.
Philly, what happened in Philly?
What happened in Philly?
Well, you already know what that, bro. What you didn't told another individual, bro, because we tried to help you out. He was fresh out from the ankle bracelet the first time.
Right.
Lil Birdie tell us something to go on with one of the artists that's in the club. We look over there, Meek just happened to be in the booth next to him. We like, damn, bro, like we trying to keep you from getting caught up because we seen the scrutiny you went in. That was the first thing, right? The second thing, I called a spade a spade. He went on the Clubhouse, told academics, told 6ix9ine, you this, you that. When I see you, it's up. I'm watching it. I'm like, damn, maybe one of them dudes in jail is his people. You know, damn, kind of real mad because I didn't know, I didn't see his name caught up in none of the 6ix9ine bullshit that was going on. All right, y'all both know. Before I started moving the way I was moving, I watched y'all crews move. All right, you didn't told this man is up. This man get a phone call saying you at a location. He pulls up with his team and jumps out on you. Bro, when you are embracing this street shit in that manner, you don't have no room to say, oh, the weather's not good, or oh, I don't like what I have on, or oh, this is not a good day to take care of this. You told this man when you see him, it's on. He pulled up on you. It's 10 of them, it's 10 of y'all. I'm gonna let y'all answer the question. How I'm supposed to go? Whether we like it or not, whether we accept the consequences to that irrational life when we entertain it, bro.
Right. You ever thought about running for mayor?
It's real though. If I pulled up on y'all, you just told me Wack. When I catch you is on, I pull up on you. 10 homies is 10 neighborhoods, and we jump out. It's on. We not finna say, oh, I was on. It's a Muslim. Second of all, I'm from the West Coast, Cali. I'm a real Paru. I've been trained in this. There's no way the stories of another man in another district is supposed to move me when we didn't care about the stories of the real monsters we saw here. We still came outside and faced it and dealt with it. Some of us lost, some of us is gone, some of us doing life, some of us is wounded, so on and so forth. So, you know, whoever they perceive him to be, cool. But that don't move me.
I get that, but why did he even go to that level?
He
back
took
and
it
forth
there.
with the name.
He didn't know nothing about this footage. I went and took a meeting with her. All right, no problem. Now remember, she came to me and I gotta say, bro, watching him speak, I put him up there with Malcolm X. Bring you 20,000, you're gonna come off that footage, and that's what it's gonna be.
This conversation right here seems like no one got the families.
I understand that I have no rights to any media products. Spoke with Miss Hoover, and she
and I'm CJ Mack for the W.
And I hold nothing against him because I know he's being misled. But I want people to look at what happened. I think it would be a great idea for you to narrate your father's situation in a slick snake way is to set it up so Larry Hoover cannot get out of prison.
Make sense of it.
Okay. Larry Hoover, from what I'm seeing, has been locked up since 1973.
Right.
49 years. They used against him that he was a political leader, a gang leader that promoted violence, that because of his call and say so would have violent things happen. This is what the government used against the brother. Right.
Now, once again, Wack, I'm going to find it. It's on here. But Wack is given a definition of right. talking about things.
His whole movement,
nothing about
to come home.
He knows nothing about the movement. He wants to attack Jay Prince because he feels like he can. And the reason that people do this type of stuff is when they have affiliation with law enforcement. You see Charleston White do the same thing. Only people that feel this comfortable to go out on social media and start using this is people who are informants. People that work for the authorities. They do that work. Now ask Wack how he know Big U was gonna get raided. Who told you that? Who told you Big U was gonna get raided? See, he say one thing, then he turn around and do another. Well, see, CJ, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like Mac, he's somebody who knows, like, dog, we done seen way too much in these streets. We got to be the bigger man and let this stuff go because it ain't going to end well. Mm-hmm. Come on, man. This dude. Wack 100 always talking about he got somebody on tape. I got the tape. And it's always something weird. But we got on tape is you with your butt in the air with a woman talking about she putting 3 fingers in your butt. And you saying she lying. But we seeing you on Clubhouse, butt naked, laying on a bed for the whole world to see. That's the tape that we see. Do you think if you shown that tape to anybody of Nip, it would be out? I'm protecting the tape. What the hell would you, whoever gave it to you would definitely have a copy of the tape. They would have put it out. It would have been leaked. Well, people got to know it's the
It's a whole different ball game. We've been waiting for stuff like this to happen from the jump. Like, we knew it was an open investigation and an open case that was going on, because that happened back in 2020, 2021? So in 2021, they started to move different. You know, they started to act different. They started to react different. So when people start moving in those ways, you start to see what it is. You know right off the bat, this ain't good. You got a bad feeling about it. I don't know what Big U is. I'm not somebody that's hunting him down. You know, everything gonna fall in place. That's how I always look at it. Everything falls in place. Like the dudes that killed my cousin, shot her in front and shot her baby. The baby survived and she didn't. 24 years old, right? The two dudes, they fled out there in Indiana. So there was no witnesses. The people across the street were scared. They didn't want to be involved in it. They erased their doggone ring footage. They didn't want to talk to the police, nothing. They was just too scared. They didn't want to be involved. So yeah. And then her mother, right? My family is just distraught. She was on vacation to come back to find out her life has changed forever. Her and her husband was on a vacation trip. He come back to find out that, you know, her daughter's gone and now she's got to take care of the kids and take that responsibility. And she's trying to lead the investigation and you know, the crusade for her daughter so that the people will be brought to justice. And the people who was responsible, they wind up going down in a whole raid for some other stuff. And they gone for like 20 years. So God take care of that. It's better than them doing that than, you know, people getting upset with her doing that and they come over there and try to finish the job or just, you know, take care of the mom too, you know, and create a bigger problem. Sometimes God take care of things if you're just patient enough. Yeah, I had a buddy crash out because, you know, they robbed his moms, you know, mugged his moms coming home, and the police is finna arrest the dudes. You know, like they knew who he was. The guy at the store knew, like, hey, they robbed my mom, and he just out of anger, he took off on foot. Because he knew where the guy would go hide. He knew once they like knew who it was and all that, it was like, let the police handle it. They got him. They gonna get him. They know who he is. He's gonna go to jail. He had to put his hands on him. He didn't want him to go to jail. The fact that he put his hands on his mama, he's like, he think I'm that guy to play with. So he goes there and he finds dude hiding out at a spot he knew they were going to be hiding at. He found dude. He tried to run out the back door and he chased him down, and dude got hit by a car and died. Now he's in jail right now. They called it like he was trying with the intent to kill and harm. He had to serve time behind that because the guy got killed because he chased him out in the streets for a robbery. He still didn't get a chance to hit him. The police was already looking for him, but your anger got you to do something like that. You lost a great job. Now you in jail. You know, it's some things you got to let God take care of, bro. Some things you got to let God take care of. The dude was a coward. Yes, he was a coward. He's a drug addict. You know, this is what people on drugs do. They do acts that don't make sense because they're on drugs. Yeah, dude was a drug addict. So they got everybody in custody except for 2 people. Now let's see how No Jumper functions now, as people are looking at that place as basically a Fed informant place. So my thing to you, if you're a gangbanger, a gang member, watch what you say on podcast shows. The same way I spoke to Wack 100 is the same way you should be talking to Wack 100 if you're speaking to him at all. Mm-hmm. Everything is interesting until it's not interesting anymore. Everything is funny until everybody's not laughing. Everything is something until somebody else. That's why we all got to worry about what we say and how we say it and who we saying it to. One, I'm not talking to the feds. And 2, I'm not a damn cop or a gangbanger. My uncle is a former lieutenant for the Chicago Police Department. Right. My stepdad is a Marine, retired Marines. His brother, my uncle, Marine. My mother works for the government. I mean, right with the DNC party. Do you really want to play with them? That's why I was telling these people, like, these stupid people like the crackhead Suge and all these other people. I'm like, y'all really want to play these games with me and play games and lying on my mother? You lying and putting falsified reports on my mother? She works for the government. You can work with the government and have that on your record. Only a fool would believe some stuff like that. But I'm like, if you keep playing these games, it's going to get real dark for you at the end of that tunnel. Hit the like button, y'all. Those are real facts. Real facts. I respect grind. I respect hustle, but I don't respect people with no character or morals. And and a lot of people be like, man, you can't do that and be a savage in the street and you hustling. Can't have morals. Yeah, you can. I know plenty of hustlers that had morals. That's what kept them in the game. That's what got them opportunities because they was people with good hearts. Trust me, dog. I didn't seen it all. Seen it all. For the person they say, oh, you ain't street and all that, bro, I done seen it all. Seen a dude go around the corner and get shot after just talking with us. And then seen people get slimed and set up by their homeboy because they got embarrassed. And seen somebody leave out. Could have been me. Giving them a ride somewhere and they go in there and rob somebody and pull off a robbery, and they end up, one of the guys decide to beat on the old jewelry store guy, and he loses his life. And these dudes are 18, 19, and 20. And they doing life in prison, including the driver who drove them over there. They asked me to drive them, but I had to go to work. But they didn't tell me what they just told me they need to get dropped off over there. I'm like, okay, I could drop y'all off, but if I got to go to work, so I can't do it. At that time, I'd be at work already. So that was the last time I ever saw them. And that was the last time they ever been free. Bro, people promote gang life. Let me tell you about gang life. You have no life. Your life is paranoia. Your life is, I'm on a 5-block radius. I can't go everywhere no more now. You know, I had to learn that. My homeboy couldn't go nowhere with me no more. He literally got in my trunk because he saw where we was at. He was like, bro, I can't be over here for real, dog. Like, I can't be in this neighborhood. I didn't know that. And it was a good thing he got in the trunk because when I got to the stop sign, they just came out of nowhere. It was like, yo, what you doing over here? I'm like, dude, I'm trying to I got off the E-way because the E-way is crowded. He was like, dude, don't ever jump off no E-way. Steve, no, do not come in there. We was in the 2-6 hood, and he definitely couldn't be over there. And he was right. But I didn't know that. You got to know how things is moving out here. You know what I'm saying? Will they find Big U? Oh. These dudes will sit back, watch first 48, knowing that they should not talk for 48 hours. There's a whole show telling you just stay strong for 48 hours. And you will be surprised. These people break and start talking. Well, he said that you said this. He lied. He did that. Because when you got weak people you doing business with or doing activity with, the weak person is going to be what they are. They going to do something weak. So don't do no business with people that's weak. Can't say, yeah, he weak. He do whatever I say. But if weak dude ever get pressed, he going to be weak. You knew he was weak. He's not strong mentally. So why would you take him on that mission? That was your lack of vision. Your lack of vision got you paying for it. Things get deep. Situations get deep. Issues happen. It comes out of nowhere. None of these dudes think straight. Well, they got the barricades, they got the streets, they got everything going where they want it to go now. So they're not concerned. They're not thrown off the trail. They pretty much know what it is. Well, at the end of the day, the people that's involved will know what's going on when they're involved, right? It's natural. You got to understand the mentality of coming up and dealing with those neighborhoods. I don't hold it as a badge to glorify, but it told me how to be in the right mental perspective to deal with situations such as this. Like, because of the way I grew up and what I've actually seen, I know it's nothing to glorify. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna let y'all listen to what Wack said right here.
I didn't ever get any telling. And listen, they're right in that sense when it comes to that street business, right? Well, I take 6ix9ine as they did and bring him to my projects or bring him to my neighborhood. Nah, that'll never happen, right? None of my homeboys have ever been with me when I take those business meetings. But will I look at an email to say, Wack, we got $5 million for this particular thing, if you can make it happen.
Right.
Will I send that to his attorney to send that to him and then send in my letter of direction for my cut is? Definitely.
I get it, but do you understand where it's blurred?
No, I get no. Where it's blurred is you got to remember they looking at me like Wack. You Wack Paru. You ain't supposed to this, supposed to that. That's a lot of other things I can say because I see real street dudes still dealing with dudes that we know is telling and doing street business, but that's their business, right?
Right.
I don't mix what happens on the 50th floor because when I go in there to do that deal with them execs, I don't ask, hey, homie, you ever?
Now, all of these different people have these narratives about it, right? They all coming in there saying, oh, this is a setup. Who's setting it up? Nip up? Go download the PDF file and you'll get all the information you need. Go to my Patreon, which is Carcino for Life, and it's right there for you. Right there. The full truth Go to the Carcino for Life Patreon. They got the PDF file there. Don't use your phone, use your PC. And it's got 90 pages, and it'll tell you the whole thing in the most detailed way, humanly broken down as possible. Yeah, the link to my Patreon should probably be in the description box or on my page, but just go to Patreon. If you got the app, Patreon, or just go to patreon.com and go for Carcino for Life, and you're going to find it. It's very easy. Very, very easy. Mm-hmm. Now, no, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say a lot of things when they keep redlining everything and sending stuff back to be approved or not approved. Because what's done is done. See, because at the end of the day, these people are saying, oh, you're not supposed to have this. You're supposed to know this. You're supposed to move in this way. Oh, you're supposed to move in this life. They're not thinking right. They're not thinking with the mentality of what you're thinking, right? If Big U turn himself in, that's big better for him. That'll be the best thing for him if he was to turn himself in. Think about how crazy that's going to be if they find you somewhere in Mexico, right? And they find you, each day he don't turn himself in, it hurts his case. If they got to come find you, it look like you running. So now you just made your case weaker. Now, if you're getting a lawyer to negotiate your surrender, then that's also different. It's only so much you could do out here. It's not a shot. You can't come around here and start moonwalking and moving the timelines. You got to be real. You got to put something on the table. If you ain't putting something on the table, well, why are we even talking about respecting you? Will I ever do that on YouTube? Probably not. Not until because it's an open case, really. Eric Holter case. Well, it's almost a closed case. But I might one day. But it's on Patreon. And it's been there for the past 4 years. And I haven't brought it out yet. But the people who know. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets old. Getting old ain't a bad thing. That just means you're living life. But you're supposed to get wiser as you get older. Many people, they say, oh, it was just time to go. No, nobody know. It don't mean it was his time to go. I mean, you decided to cut somebody's time short. Close. I mean, that's a part of it. You ever wonder why everybody else got arrested? And the head of the whole thing, the main guy in the investigation they want to grab was the one that they're looking for now. You ever wonder that? How strange that is. Dude, I remember having my buddy's information, right? And I had my buddy's information, and I remember sending him I sent him something when he was locked up, and I got his info from his family, and I sent him something, and it almost made him cry. He held on to that letter till he got out. He held on to that letter till he got out. And I'm like, damn, this little letter meant you that much? I sent him some magazines of some girls, some hip hop magazines, sent that to him. Send him a little bread. I had to go do a money order. I had to go through all that hell just to send him the money back then. Wrote him a letter. He was just like, that letter just let me know who was real and who wasn't. And I said, who real and who wasn't? He was like, yeah. He was like, man, my own family, they never wrote me. He's like, they came and see me the first 2 weeks. He was like, then it just was less and less. They came once a month. They couldn't drive all the way out there. They had to go to work. Then somebody's car broke down. Then they was sending letters and they just get less and less. So he get frustrated. His girl ain't doing what she's supposed to do. She moving on with her life. He get mad, boom. And then he fighting in jail. And now he in the hole. So it's plenty of stuff like that that's been going on. Snoop was not involved in Nipsey's hit. He had nothing to do with it. So the only two people that's on the run is this Brian Mejia and Big U, Eugene Henley. They're the only two on the run. And investigators are on the trail as he is looked at as a fugitive of law. Multiple times you'll see it happen. So it's not surprising to me. For somebody else, it'll be surprising, but not for me. You know how you know somebody's weak, and then they end up doing something that's weak, and it don't surprise you because you expected that from them. You was like, yeah, I knew this dude would do something weak like that. Yeah, you could tell. Dude's weak. You see, Wack assumed that I was weak. Because you smile a lot, people assume you weak. Because you smile, you carry yourself in a certain way, they be like, oh, dude's soft. And I knew Wack looked at that, or he felt that while talking to me on the phone. He felt I was a certain way, but I didn't give him no rope. You know what I'm saying? I gave him no rope. Like, damn, this dude talked to me like any old kind of way he want to. That clearly isn't the case. At first, I was saying that, damn, he letting him talk to him like that. But I kept listening, and you whooped his head intellectual. Chico, I've talked to that man about 1,000 different ways. Like, we talked through text messages, and it was even worse. Because he was thinking like he was on my level. And I'm like, dude, you're not really on my level, dog, as far as like the things you thinking like you this big tough goon guy and you did it don't matter, bro. It's crazy. For anyone that thinks something is not right or it's not adding up, that's the truth. Something's not right. Something's not adding up. We all want to see Big U in cuffs if he's guilty of something. But he's being looked at for another homicide. So that has nothing to do with Nip yet. When someone keep getting hit, but don't never strike, hoping the beef go away when the feds indict. That's what they hoping for. The overall consensus still consists to be the same. It's about how you're moving. And how you wiggling and moving in the streets could determine life or death. I mean, they got women in this lineup. 2 women are in this lineup. Could be facing 7 heavy fines. Now, when it's this many people facing time, everybody's going to start talking. And they're going to start telling different stories. And 9 times out of 10, they don't have lawyers on retainer. Now remember, he allegedly extorted Shaq for money and other celebrities to donate it to a charity foundation where he took the money from his charity foundation and put it into his personal account. So with this all being known, to participate in said events, the scenarios in the situation must fit the proverbial crimes or whatever that seem to be fit. But what you're seeing here It's a last action call to justice. Oh, don't think because they the boss. Man, he a big boss. He ain't gonna do that. He the big boss. He a boss, dog. He ain't gonna do that. He ain't telling. Those be the first ones to tell. Trust me. Matter of fact, those be the ones working with the authority. If it's me, I'm telling on everybody. Well, here's the thing. You just revealed exactly who you are as a person. Right there. They made a post saying Big U is a fugitive. Well, he is a fugitive. We know he's on the run. Bro, have you seen Snoop around him lately? No. Believe me, people knew the hits were like the raids were coming. Big U knew. Wack 100 knew. Now you got to ask the question I'll ask Adam 22 is out of all the people to host your podcast show, why are you using active gang members? Why do you use active gang members to do your podcast shows? Why do you want somebody in a criminalistic element to be doing and hosting your platform, right, that generates millions of dollars? Why would you do this? Because when they get arrested and go to jail and be serving 10, 20, 30 years, you're not putting nothing on the books. You move right on and grab another gang member. Throw him on there. Let him tell incriminating stories. The takedown was part of law enforcement's crackdown on Big U's enterprise. The organization of rappers Big U, while Brick Baby, and all the rest of them, this mafia-like organization they talked about, where they were arrested today, and the alleged kingpin of the gang is still evading arrest and hiding from the police. And they show Loose Cannon and Brick Baby on the show
Now that's wild. What's up, KB? Shouts out to Kwame Brown Bus Life. Kwame Brown Bus Life 2.0. Make sure you subscribe to our brother. That's right. Now, when I interviewed Wack 100 and we talked about Big U, I told people this was coming. And on my Patreon, I gave y'all the PDF file back in January 7th of 2022 when we said Nipsey Hussle, the full truth. And I did a whole video breaking down what happened with Nipsey. And that PDF file, you shouldn't download that on the phone because it's 90 pages long. And it tells you about everything, the arrests, the whole nine. You see, before Nipsey Hussle met his demise, Nipsey Hussle was building in the community. We all know that. They had other ideas for that land, meaning the city. They said, you did a nice thing over here. Now it's time to flip it, make the money. We want to buy that land because somebody's coming over with a lot of money who wants that territory. Now he's building somewhere else. He's building somewhere else, but he needs that territory too. Now, what happened over there is what normally happens. Now, remember, I own that PDF file, already got it on my PC. And if anybody knows something about real estate and property and zones, you know exactly how valuable a strip section is and how valuable that is if somebody was to take that in a town when you're building these new buildings in there, and that area, that one piece of land you need to complete the rest of your project, and that person don't want to come off of it and don't want to sell. They had an operation called Operation Laser in April of 2019. That's how bad it was. See, Operation Laser, right here. I'll show it to you. Look at that. So y'all can note that the PDF file I got is not spam or anything. It's just got 90 pages, so I wouldn't want you to open it on your phone. You see this? All the frameworks are surveilling the LAPD, right? This gets them to break all kind of laws. The monitoring, everything. What they did was invade. This is why Nipsey Hussle wasn't armed and nobody around him had a gun, because they were, every time people was coming out there for the whole month, they were pulling people over and searching their cars, looking for weapons and guns, anything that they can do to get these people charges. They wanted no guns in that area. The police was doing that. Everybody, they was doing monitoring and frisking on purpose. So Nipsey was like, don't nobody bring any guns over here. They looking for any violations they can to come up with a reason to come take this land. So this is why the big mystery of why these dudes ain't got guns around Nipsey, because the police were over policing them, using this policy to do it in this section. It was total harassment.
So that's why there was no guns used when the hit was put down. And that's why the killer came over there, started an argument to see who was going to come up with a pistol or something to try to tell him to get back. And once he didn't see them, nobody went for a pistol. He was like, oh, they don't got one. So he went and ordered some food, whatever, came back, did the hit in a red shirt. He came over with no shirt at first. Trying to wear a red rag to make people believe it was somebody else from another thing to try to drum up a war. Nobody even come over there in that area wearing red shirts because they know better. They saying, are you trying to say that happened? I'm trying to say if Wack 100, time to call security guards. Exactly. But here's the thing, though, Kwame. Nipsey wasn't even supposed to be there that day. He had no plans of being at the Marathon store. He only went there because his friend was just getting out of like a halfway house. He just got out and he went to go get him some clothes. That was the only reason he went there. So that hit was supposed to go down somewhere else. It wasn't supposed to happen at the Marathon store. It wasn't supposed to go down on that property. And what he was supposed to do was to do the hit and go back and get himself checked back into the crazy house. Because he just got out of the crazy house and he did just that. He tried to go check himself back in, but they had already knew who he was and everything when it went down. He didn't want to let that property go because he was getting ready to build something else. He had a building that he was buying with his partner, and they was going to make that building, every level was going to be operating. It was going to have its own like podcast, everything. They were going to have their own shows in there. Nipsey Hussle wanted me to do a show with him, a podcast show that he was building. Because he couldn't stand academics. Especially what they pulled on his show when he walked off the set. And they never aired that episode on Everyday Struggle. Complex got it. I don't know what they did with it, but Nipsey Hussle walked off the show. Star was there. Star was there at that time, not Joe Budden. When academics was trying to bring 6ix9ine into the conversation and Nipsey Hussle wasn't having it. And he said, you, my son, and another girl. He wanted to have a podcast show, but he was like, I can't be on it all the time. He's like, I'll do a couple of episodes, but I'm gonna be doing my thing and it'll be y'all's show. He's like, I'm gonna put that together. I want to put a podcast show for y'all. And he's like, you down to do it? I'm like, yep. Are we going against academic? Yep. We going against academics? Oh, yeah, I was saying, yeah, I didn't even know what it was. Once you said we was against him, that's all you needed to say. So academics decided that he was going to go and make a video, right? And in the video, he's saying to me, like he thought he was doing me a favor. I'm going to tell Carcino something, and then maybe he'll leave me alone. He should leave me alone. I talked to Nipsey, and Nipsey told me that the only person he listened to on YouTube is Carcino. Okay, I'm going to give you that. I'm like, I talked to Nip. So you think he didn't tell me about your conversation with him? First of all, you were scared to death that you was going to get canceled. So you called Karen Civil, and so Karen Civil could get Nipsey on the phone. So Nipsey didn't want to talk to you. And Karen was like, come on, please, he's all right, and he's a good guy. Because Karen Civil was working that out. That's how the conversation happened. And it didn't happen the way you've been telling it, because we all know you a liar. Nip didn't have that conversation and y'all was friends. He was just like, all right, well, whatever. But, you know, he don't like you. He was never going to work with you. You apologized, kissing his ass through the whole conversation. You never mentioned that. I'm sorry. I should have handled that interview better. I should have handled it better. Right, because he didn't like your approach. And that's why Nip reached out to me, because he liked my business sense on what was going on here. So that's why he wanted to speak on it. So, like, when we get back on track of what's actually going on here, when you see all the data and what the U.S. Department is actually doing with this land, they don't want black people to own land. They don't want black farmers to own land. Do you know that black farmers used to own 28% of the land for farming? We were the top farmers in the world. Now we at 1%. In 2021, black farmers got together and went to Congress to fight for the land. And white people went in there and blocked them for getting the same rights that they're supposed to get, that they get to white farmers. Y'all gave the white farmers relief and didn't get the black farmers none. And they less than 1% now, when they used to own 27% of the farming business. But see, you're not going to hear about that on no other properties, no other lands. And they talk about, oh, man, the property rates are down. They only bring the property rates down for white folks. That's why they mad at me. Of course. And they'll come up with any way they can. See, there's no set rate for your property. Ain't no set rate of like, well, everybody in here, this is what we gonna get. The person next to you, very next person next to you, they loan for their interest rate could be higher or lower. Y'all gonna have the same credit score and everything. They didn't already showed you it's a black and white thing. When you get your house appraised, this black family kept getting the wrong price for their house. They went and took down all their pictures, put up some white pictures, had the white friends come over and deal with the appraiser. And he gave them 3 times the amount. 3 times the amount. No, back in the early 2000s, they started buying up a lot of old farmland that my grandmother and them had rights to because they're part Indian. So all the Indian that they had, because they father, like he was my great grandfather, he was Indian. Like he was Indian. His name was Soul. And he owned, like they owned a bunch of land that was supposed to be theirs, that was given to them. That didn't go well. Like everybody in the family that was still alive had a piece of the land. So to get it, they were all getting a check for a land that they didn't even know they owned. And they didn't even investigate to see what it was. It was sign this piece of paper and you get a check. So everybody was signing and getting a check. And they was calling up other family members. You got to sign, and they giving you a check like $5,000. So that's all they did. So they gave away land that they didn't even know. They just signed away their rights for a small check. You get some people down south some money. My grandma saw the money. They was like, hey, that's some good money. They signed it, and next thing you know, money come, land gone. They don't even know what they done signed away. Richie, you about to get banned. You really about to get banned. Matter of fact, you need to go chill out for a minute. You've been in here begging for attention. So we had to thin you out. How did I get this information? I've been had this information. See, this is called laser point and what they call anchor points. Let me show you here. I'll bring you all the stuff in the PDF file if I had to. Now look at this. In this anchor point, what they call the laser zones in there, this is what they call the violent crime map. Right? This is what the police, they know where the crime at. Look, they got it all circled out. Slauson in Vermont, right there. Slauson in Western, Slauson in Crenshaw, right there. They call these the violent areas. But this is the target areas that they want. They want to own some. They want this property in these zones. You see, these are these target, what they call the anchor points that they want to control. And the fact that Nipsey was able to learn how to take his money and buy real estate and buy property and to buy this store and start getting the strip mall together. It's crazy how we own more land in the 50s than we do in 2025. How crazy is that? That we own more land in the 50s where we couldn't even use a toilet. They got whites only. You couldn't even go use the toilet. Oh, it gets worse than that. It's a lot worse. Yep, hot spots. They had them all there. We told you they killed 21 people in 2016. They called it Operation Laser for them laser points. They want to get these people in the gangs out of there. They killed 4 people that were teenagers and 2 that was under the age of 18. There it is. Jose Juan Mendez, 16. May 13th, 28 years old, Robert Diaz. Keith Bursey, June 10th. He was 31. He was the oldest one. Richard Reiser, 18. 14-year-old Jesse Romero. Inside what they call the laser zone. Anybody in that zone, they are shooting to kill. For a vandalism call, they killed the 14-year-old boy. This guy was killed he was assigned to the bureau in that area in zone, what they call laser zone 5. Anybody in these areas, they taking them out. They want that land and they want that area. Now, see, this is what they ain't gonna tell you on the news. You wonder why you ain't heard about none of this on the news. Because it's what they doing. This is the chronic offenders for the program that they got with the LAPD's programs, what they call extractions. They have what they call the chronic offender bulletin on the hit list. These individuals, the criminalization, corrosive prosecution and enforcement of parole and probation conditions to remove them from their communities. So if you on probation and you on parole, they got the right to pull up and frisk you, to do anything they can to remove you from that community and the neighborhoods and anything that they wanted to do under this. The crime intelligence detail. All of this information I got is 100% real, it's 100% factual. All of this is in intel and data from police database. And it's very powerful that I have this PDF file that I'm gave to y'all for free. I had it on my Patreon, and I said, look, I'm going to give y'all this PDF file. Y'all download it on your computers. You can share it with everybody in the world so y'all will be prepared and know what they're doing out here. This ain't conspiracy theory. This is actual facts. These are real cases. This is real targeting of land and real estate. And they do a self-deportation. They got what they call the test fields that they was doing in 2011. And then Predpol, you can look that up. That's a nonprofit business co-founded by UCLA professor Jeffrey Brettenham and funded early by UCLA as the company's lead investor. Right? A PRA request was submitted to UCLA in 2021. It revealed that the UCLA Foundation, the university's endowment, purchased over 80,000 private shares of Predpol. That stock, at the behest of UCLA's Ventures, the university's venture capitalist arm, Predpol now tells customers that its business grew out of the research project between the LAPD and UCLA, and that the products are today used to police 1 out of every 33 people in the United States. Predpol developed this algorithm through Brettenham's academic research and his field test that happened in 2011, and in collaboration with the LAPD. So they want to use this technology that they developed to predict insurgency, right? In Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And they're using it in your neighborhoods. So it's right there. So that's bigger than that. But Big U is not under investigation for Nipsey Hussle as of yet. We never know where that boat's going to go. But he is under investigation for a rapper who was allegedly with them. He robbed a dispensary, and allegedly Big U was unhappy with it, took him to Las Vegas and actually shot him in the head in the desert, allegedly. Did it himself. That's what they're alleging in their charge. Put him in the car and then threw him out of the car on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Now, when you see things like this develop, they tried to say the DNA that was in the fingernails of the deceased had the DNA of Big U. Mm-hmm. Well, when you have the details in place and you have all the stuff that's going on, you just hope that whatever happens at the end of this, that they all come to a reasonable situation with details and more facts to the crimes. Well, they got them for a lot of different things. And when you have all these people in conjunction and in concert with one another, you're going to realize that the Nipsey situation is a lot larger than just a man running up, pulling a gun on him. That was orchestrated. Poorly orchestrated, but orchestrated. Allegedly, he did that. Big U is an innocent man into proven guilty. But by staying on the run and not turning yourself in, that could be troublesome. That appears like guilt. Now, if he's meeting with his lawyers to negotiate his surrender and the terms of his surrender, then yes. Well, we have no proof of that, but that's the theory. But we have the why going in and out. No, it's all theory right now, but it's a lot bigger than Big U. The Nipsey situation is a lot bigger than that. They will get him before the day's over. Yeah. We'll see. We gonna see. Let me show you something from the police files. Let's take a look at the police files. See, this is what they call the cluster. You see this? See how they got it broken down in this section? See, they got burglary. They got all of these for crimes, right? And then the rest is for shifts. This is their codes. This is for citations. And then they have the shifts. AM, orange is 2 a.m. PM1 is green. PM2 is blue. So they start showing people, that's the stop right there. And this dictates all of the data of the stops. This is a 7 days, 28 days, criminal change. And see, this is called SNAP with the C in front. And that is how the data shows all the driven with directly plugs into the police enforcement property laws. LAPD's power the banishment and displacement program under the laser program. This is the patrol mission report. Look at all them stops in the area that they're doing. 105 stops. 105 stops in 28 days. 27 crimes, 21 arrests. This is why Nipsey said, don't bring any guns. They knew didn't nobody have any guns over there. They've been pulling people over there in that area. Look at all the stops. It's crazy. It's crazy. So the city of Los Angeles, for this new laser zones that they want to create, this is what they've been doing. So all of that's real. All of that could be researched. If you don't want to believe it itself, that is real police activity. So when you talk about somebody being over-policed, who are you talking about? I just looked up your podcast. I know I didn't come in there. You got me confused, bro. Who are you talking about? You must be talking to somebody in the chat. Mm-hmm. Exactly. He was like, yeah, somebody in the chat. Well, all right. Well, I think we've done this long enough. I think I've been standing up here for 3 hours now. So I've definitely got my steps in for today. But if we get any more info, we'll let you know. I got to get to the actual videos I was supposed to do for y'all today. Shouts out to Kwame Brown Bus Life for coming over, showing support. We appreciate him. Welcome to HDI TV. Everybody that's been real, keeping it real out here. Nobody had the information I just gave you today. I know that. So The rest of y'all, I'll see y'all on the Patreon. You know what? I'll make it easy for you to find it. I'll pin it to the top. So I just pinned it. So the Nipsey Hussle thing will be right at the top when you go on the Patreon. So you don't really have to search for it. Yes, Big U's charges have nothing to do with Nipsey Hussle's case. Well, Kareem, we've been here for 3 hours. We've already discussed that. But that's of yet. You got to understand, this thing is still evolving. These are just the charges that they have right now. When people start talking and things start coming up, other things could be added. That's what they said today. You know, like, this is what we got right now on file that we're charging him with. Other charges can come pending down the road. So as of right now, this is what they have. They have the murder, they have the extortion. They got all of these things that they're holding on them right now. We don't know what's going to be down the pipe later. So don't just say, you know, they just goofies, because nobody is saying he's going for that. He's not. We just saying there's a possibility. We can't say that won't be added later on. Well, we don't know. It ain't about what you know. It's about what you can prove. As we said up here many times, he's an innocent man. These are charges. He's being charged with what he's being charged with. He's a fugitive on the run, and he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Diddy had nothing to do with Tupac's death. Not one thing. He had nothing to do with Biggie's death. That's smoke and mirrors. To just get y'all to hate Diddy some more. Kirk Burrows is not even a credible witness. This guy's doing whatever he can to say whatever he can. That's for his own well-being. Give Brick Baby a perk and he'll be telling. Hey, it's a lot of people in there that's probably weak, bro. A lot of them probably weak. They got everybody. Except for the two people. Everybody else is in custody. Now, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby, you know, they're going to be really working on those two because they've been on the podcast talking. So when you've been on podcast talking, now they're going to be asking you questions about what you said in the video. Now you're going to have to explain yourself, your participation, what you knew. A lot of people think Brick Baby going to be the one to snitch out of everybody. I'm like, you got two females in there. They might hold it down. Somebody said the Asian dude. So y'all think the Korean guy finna give everybody up? Mm. Whether it was true or false or not to be played with, these dudes straight up just crossed the line. They went all the way in. Mm-hmm. Mm. Pretty much so. See, they could, it don't matter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Wack still free. Of course, Wack knew the hit was coming, remember? If Wack knew the hit was coming, of course he's still gonna be free. He knew the hit was coming. If you know the hit's coming, or you know the raid is coming, now ask yourself, how did he know the raid was coming? And then ask yourself this question: if he knew the raid was coming, how come the main guy they wanted to get, the big guy they called the kingpin in the whole organization, he gone? He in the wind, and everybody else can't be found. How is that the case? Big U knew and Wack knew. That's clear to see. Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't look at it like that, dog. No, because if they want to play good cop, bad cop, you know what you said? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, no jumper gonna look real different now. Yep, Shaq was one of the people who was being extorted. According to the charges. They haven't been acting like friends lately, though. Yeah, well, that might be the case. All right, I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes, not more hours.
I ain't got nothing to do with dude. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Thank all y'all for still coming through, repping. Hopefully y'all gonna be on the Patreon because there's something crazy on the Patreon today. So we got the Nipsey Hussle up there for you. Oh, that's Pop Smoke one. It's a lot. Pop Smoke, the Uncut Truth. That's on there. You can check that out. It's a lot. The Nipsey incident with 6ix9ine that went on at the radio station. We got all that up there. So definitely check it out. I'm out. One love. Let the intro be the outro. We out the door. Hi, I'm Carcino. Oh, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. No one knows Carcino and none of these. There's so much going on in the world. And I'm just giving my 2 cents on it.